先は決めたか？それとも草地で少し休んでいくか？
仕事が多いって話なのに俺んとこには全然来ねえぞ。やっぱりモコモコだし。
ここは冒険者たちが活躍するのにぴったりな場所だと思いません？
なんだよ、最近はどこも仕事が多いって話なのに。
ナドクライにいるとき、動物たちの行動で気になることがあれば私に聞きに来るがよい。
ここは冒険者たちが活躍するのにぴったりな場所だと思いません？冒険者たちが活躍するのにぴったりな場所だと思いません？
雨か。髪と羽が濡れるな。帰ったらちゃんと手入れをしないと。 飛ぶか。風が立つぞ。 飛ぶか。
アクセル全開。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。食前
風が立つぞ。撃て撃て。風が立つぞ。
Yep, that was the last quest I had to do on this place. So now it is just... This is the quest that I need to do to be complete with this patch's limited time events, and I obviously went up here to do that part. So like, I'm not like too bad, but 35% is obviously kind of shit. So I haven't really done any actual exploration down here. Coming down here for some reason, I can't remember why. I think it was like something. I think I like did something and it took me out in the middle of nowhere, and so or maybe there's... Oh wait, no, it was the event. It was the Ino's event. There was like something around here that you had to do. But yeah, I did go up here and I did explore some stuff, and in this place, but yeah, I haven't really done much around here besides what you actually had to do for the main story. Okay, so where the fuck is Nefa? She said... Yeah, it was something like that. It was either a race or the... Actually, no, was there a combat challenge? Okay, so Nefa is saying help. Where the fuck is she? It's only around here. I tried looking inside there before and I didn't see it. So where is she? Is it really towards her house? Like, I went into her house and... I went inside the house. Maybe that was the problem. That I went inside, and then like when I came out, she wasn't speaking. So I was like, it seems like it's a triggerable event. I thought so too, because that's kind of where we... Is the crane on this side? Or is it on the other side? There. Oh, there's Ina.
助けて
Yeah, because I did look at the crane, actually. When I heard her screaming, I was like, oh, maybe she's, like, stuck on the crane. I didn't look, but it seems like it's only tied to... Once I start the quest, she actually appears there. Oh, shit. God damn it. This is one kind of annoying thing that they've always had, is the inability to skip. Like, or at least back out. Like, I'd be fine if they don't want to skip, because they don't want you people to, like, just ignore the quest. But you should at least be able to press, like, circle to, like, back out. I was wondering why she was... Because I think I looked. Oh, no, there she is. Okay. Maybe do I have to trigger it? I could have sworn when I was back over down here, I had looked up, and I didn't see her up there. So maybe she triggered when I talked to her. Maybe she appeared there. Okay. I could have sworn I looked, I didn't see it, so maybe... maybe I just only gave it a quick glance. Okay. Let's get over here. Let me say I have actually done the thing. I could just start this. Well, no, let's just start here and go that away.
働きなさい。口封じは任せたからね。
ジェンダム発射。
Employees of the year. I think it's probably just. I think it's probably the same amount. Well, I don't know. Like I know I've seen like pretty much every single patch they give there's people who go on and be like, okay, here's the patch, here's how many premium gems you get, here's how much you get from adventuring, blah 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 blah. They do a breakdown like that. So I can't remember looking, so maybe there was slightly more. But I think one thing that definitely does help is the fact of it the in-game compass. Like the fact that there's an in-game compass that tells you where like literally all of them are, I think makes it feel like there are more. Because you're getting the ones that you would have otherwise maybe missed. You know, you still get 100%, like you might have gotten 100% before in other areas, but because the compass wasn't like this good, you might have missed like a few because you can easily there's a bunch that you can easily miss. So I think that's probably what happened is that because the compass exists and the compass is so because the compass is so good, you probably didn't even notice how you probably are just noticing the difference in a true 100% versus the 100% appearing on here first. That has happened to me too. I mean, I remember back in the day, there was the whole the rumors about there being chest respawns. Chest respawn was a classic rumor. Some people fucking about, just like basically lying. Um, but it was pretty amusing. And yeah, there have been times where like I go back to an old area, and I'm like, oh look, there's a chest. I'm like, how the fuck did I miss that? And that's not bad. Yeah. See, that would have been nice to know. Yeah, so it could have been. So that's and then like there's stuff like that, and then of course like anytime anyone finds a chest in a place you've been to like many times before, it just kind of like rekindles those rumors, those theories. You're like, oh, maybe they do respawn. Like I've been here many times before, but never found this one. And there are like a lot of like chests that are just like really out of the way and weird, and it's like you just gotta be at the right angle to see them, and so they're really easy to overlook. Like I remember, I think it was here. There's like a chest along here, but like hidden in between rocks, like right here, like right in this like little corner right there. So you would not easily see it, but maybe, and even if you came down from the south, from the north, and like you might easily just walk past it and not notice it. But maybe if you came up from the north, you would actually come into your line of sight doing stuff like that. So there are stuff like that where you're just like you might have just missed it because of just oh yeah the way you were going, or maybe you got distracted by another chest, and then when you went to get that chest, you were too far. You've gotten farther away, and they're no longer close enough to it, and that's why you missed it. Obviously, it's hard to tell. Like,
切実よ。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。
飛ぶか。ロックオン。
頭上を焼き尽くすか。
包み目よ、契約を果たせ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
聞け、太陽の方向を。
金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？やっ。撃て。また必要がある。
家に帰ろう。
風が立つぞ。撃て。ロックオン。撃て。はっ。ロックオン。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？ 風が立つぞ。
武力行使の許可を確認。
手加減なしよ。ふっ、冷凍の時間よ。
情報は伝えてある。
金で解決できる。風が立つぞ。飛ぶか。
片付けてやる。
撃て。ジェンダム発射。燃えよ。
さあ、働きなさい。
Yeah, whoops. Shit, it's not. Yeah, there was a quest over here. This is the fuck. So because I was able to get inside before I should. Whoops. I was gonna say, like, yeah, how the hell was I supposed to get up there? I was assuming there was some sort of quest. I didn't realize. And again, this is another reason why you just don't have proximity quest starters. Like, just stop making proximity-based quest starters. Like this is it's like shit like this will happen.
手加減なしよ。
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it was just that. I didn't miss too much, but God, yeah, it's just so stupid. Like, why would you even have a trigger there? Like,
飛ぶか。
without the quest even started. Like, you haven't accepted the quest, like, just don't have it trigger. Like, because, well, let's go. I mean, I think it was. Okay, well, I think it was pretty much here. So let me just double check, see if anyone's over here. Maybe I can speak to
風が
someone.
立つぞ。
Hello, people. Oh, wait, I can't kill you. Okay, well, I'm not gonna talk to you.
烈日よ。
さあ働きなさい。口封じは任せたからね。
Yeah, this is really annoying because of the stupid fucking robot. Dude, just fucking target the thing! Jesus fucking Christ, this is annoying. Like, how many... Jeez, like, the angle I need to do this is so... And of course it fails because it took me 5 hours to fucking be able to target the stupid fucking thing. Because the robot is trash. That's why I really hate this whole freaking mechanic. It's like, yeah, I'm charged. Please. There we go. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, the targeting is just so trash.
美しいな。
I think it was down here. I think it was like oh, this is probably what the crazy thing is. Okay. Yeah, because I mentioned a thief. Hey guys, can I kill you? So breaking into the heavily guarded is unexpectedly easy. Yeah, I mean, it's especially easy. It was especially easy because I was already there and I bypassed it.
Hey, 手加減なしよ。目も舌も満足させてあげる。
風が立つぞ。
済んだわね。
金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？
Yeah, I think I was pretty sure the quest is like around here. So I guess, yeah, presumably it was there, and then I'm not even sure. How the fuck am I supposed to get back then? Well, actually, no. Luckily, I did unlock that one safe spot, so I can just or this teleport, so I can just teleport back relatively easy. Oh, I see up there, maybe. Okay. Well, let me get my. There it is. Thingy.
止める勇気はあるか？
Here we go. Hey, buddy. How's it going?
悪用の力。
風が立つぞ。撃て。平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持って飛ぶか。撃て。風が立つぞ。平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。よっ。飛ぶか。
I saw that one too, but I think it was mainly for the jumping, because it was right next to a thing where you could, right next to a thing that had a red thing pointed upwards, and I think that's how you're supposed to be able to jump to get on top of that. Which is like, I have no problem getting on top of there, but it feels like there should be something else that's near that thing. Maybe there's something up top, actually. I mean, maybe I guess I should go up it.
風が立つぞ。
Yeah, like, see that? It's telling you up. I think that's how you get onto the ships, I think.
アクセル全開。
Oh, I see this one. That was a hidden one.
コレクションに加えよう。飛ぶか。
Like here. Presumably this is where the quest... Oh, there we go. Do I still trigger it anyway? That's... Uh, but yeah. Okay, that's funny. I'm curious if it's going to reset quest progress. Or is the quest still going to say hide in the treasure chest? Yeah, I mean that does kind of make it tough for them because because they added all the Natlan characters with all their unique movements. It's like it's hard for them to like create a place. It's like, oh yeah, there's no way people will be able to get here. You'll have to follow our quest stuff, and that's how you're going to be able to get back. It's like, no, like I just did Chaska to get over there, and then I just crawled up and managed to get in, no problem. Okay, so it does not reset. It does not reset quest progress, but it still does do the quest. So I
風
might
が
as well
立つ
just
ぞ。
keep on keeping on. Yeah, because like I understand that there. It's like realistically, if you didn't have a Chaska or Mavica to go, you would be kind of screwed. Because like you wouldn't. I would not have been able to glide. I don't think I was far enough away where I think it would. I would have lost too much elevation, where I might have not been able to latch on and climb my way up. Maybe there might have still been another way, even
アビ
without
ス
those
の恋に身
units,
を委
but
ねていたなら、
um, it
私はと
definitely
っ
kind of
くに
makes it
私で
tougher
は
for
なくな
them
って
to
いた
try
だろ
to
う。
try to
本能が
design
荒ぶること
something
を
that also
生き残
accounts
る
for
よ
that.
り難しい。
Okay, so that's obviously the way forward. So that means that path might be some interesting other way then. Actually, I guess I can kind of see it on the map, can I? That's going through that pipe. And that's where I unlocked it. That's where I unlocked it. I came in. So it might be in here. So maybe this is where I'm supposed to go, down the pipe. Is that the way to get to the treasure chest, maybe? Let's see. Oh, okay, yeah, it's just the treasure chest. It's allowing me into the room. Okay, that's fine then.
ああ、キラキラで美しい
Oh,
な。
look, there's a trackable quest nearby. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. And then we will continue this quest. And I'll focus on this quest because I don't want to accidentally trigger any other shit trying to explore.
ちょっとなまってきたな。どこかに頂点人の出番はないか？方向を見失った時は高いところに行ってみるといい。アビスの声に身を委ねていたなら、私はとっくに私ではなくなっていただろう。本能に抗うことは生き残るよりも難しい。ちょっとなまってきたな。どこかに頂点人の出番はないか？
Okay, I'm back. Just let's check on something. It's good. Actually, let me just make sure. Nothing else around here? Nope, no more chests, no more random shit. Cool. There we go.
飛ぶか。今だ。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？やっ。風が立つぞ。
Oh, this probably is where we're supposed to end up in the end. I just want to... Let's go up top. I'm trying to get to the very top first, though.
風が立つぞ。
Yeah, I thought as much. It might be down below. There might be one below. There was a little bit. Oh, there it is.
平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから。
Okay, now it's time to get back to the quest before I explore this, because this might trigger the next step of it without my being aware of.
「手加減なしよ」
方向を見失った時は高いところに行ってみるといい。
Well, I guess I just gotta kill every single Fatui I see until I get that key, and then get that chest.
いや、金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？
Okay, seems like I need to go up to get to that room, so I'm curious what down will be. But first, let's try seeing what's in that room. Oops, not too bad. No, I mean, I died. I died. I had the little thing died once. Okay, so up is the right way, so let's go down.
ああ、キラキラで美しいな。
Okay, so it seems like the only thing to do here. I guess. Or actually, no, there's a staircase right there. Shit. This is obviously the wrong way. But. Because the other. Whatever, fuck it, let's just go. They wouldn't have another quest starter triggered. Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck off.
さあ働きなさいシトラリーインツパパこうよ
負けだ。
ああ、キラキラで美しいな。
So it's just a room, maybe? Arrow's pointed the other way, though. Ooh, fancy. Anyone in here? Is it not? Like, ball down there too. Oh, cool, viewpoint. Nice. Wait, is it? Is this an exit or something? Let's see. So maybe it eventually takes us. Maybe that's it. Maybe whatever I do there, I'm supposed to come back, and this is like how I escape or something. If I can get this down to the bottom, 'cause I'm gonna have to teleport back anyway. Let's see if anything's changed down here. Seems like not.
Yeah.
Down here? Well, this is like the surface of the moon, so it doesn't make sense. It's just a fragment of the moon. They bore into it to... And I mean, this could be something, right? Like, it could be like Enkonomiya or Chasm or something. It could be that they open this up, and then like it becomes like this alternate like world or something, and they'll have another map to it, perhaps. But, I mean, otherwise, like this is just a moon chunk. They're just like, oh look, we have found a huge moon chunk. Okay, cool. Let's get whatever, like get the core out of it, and then lock it up. Or maybe they're conducting some sort of experiment. Like maybe they're inserting stuff in here to have it float back up. But yeah, I mean, I do agree. At the very least, there could be a chest or something. That would be nice. I mean, is it that moon or is it just? Well, I mean, it's hard to say which because like both two moons were shattered, so like it could be either or it could be Columbina's moon. Because like even if the third moon is still up, it could might not be fully like non-shattered. Although maybe they meant it was completely unaffected. But shit. Okay, let's just go back here and let's just continue. Oh, okay. I mean, I assume Columbina would know. Okay, back. So yeah, it could be one of the other two, but we don't know which one, and we don't even know technically if like because like there's the shard that the Scions have, and there's a shard that the Fatui have. We don't even know if they're from the same moon. Like they could be from different moons. Yeah. Well, the Frostmoon Scions was the core of it. Okay, here we are, back here. They said it was the core of one of the moons. We just don't know which one, and we don't even know if. Yeah, but I was talking about like the two moons. Like there's two fragments. The Frostmoon Scions have one. The Fatui have one. Is it from the same moon, or is it from two moons? Is it one from each moon, one from each of the shattered moons, or is it just two shards from the same moon? We don't even know that. Hey, what? Oh, I thought we were gonna hide in there. What's the point of breaking up? Are we gonna hide in here? I would assume so, because they haven't said anything about it. But like, it could be like 2 moons were shattered. It could be a shard from each one. How the fuck do I hide? Why do I hide? Can't hide. Oh, I see it here. Well, no, I mean both moons were shattered in the same event. You know? Oh, actually, wait. Yeah, I guess or was it that the shards fell recently? I think that they said that the shards fell recently. But like it could be because like they were shattered in the sky, right? And it could be that the Fatui did something to like pull them out of the sky. But it's like if they're just shards hanging in the sky and they're pulled, or hell, maybe even if or were they? I thought they were. I thought they said they fell recently, or something happened recently. I might have to go back to check my quest log. I could have sworn they said they fell. I thought they said something happened recently about it. Like the shards were new, and that's why because like I'm pretty sure it was new because like they were new, and that's why the Fatui showed up all of a sudden because they're like, oh shit, the shards fell, and they came after them, and they were working with Columbina to do something moon related. So it could be that something that Columbina did allowed them to pull fragments of the moon from the sky. In which case, if the sky is just full of shards of both moons, it could have pulled from 2 separate moons. Well, it could have just pulled the 2 closest fragments, which could be the same moon or it could be different moons. Hard to say. I mean, who knows? It might not even matter. Um, but we'll see. Like, obviously, they're going to do more in Nod-Krai. This is only yeah. And I was assuming that they were creating a fake moon. They were creating a fake moon, and I think that's kind of what the Conrian people did. Is they tried to create a fake moon, and then they got bitch slapped for it. Because they meant there's been talk about that you shouldn't make a fake moon, which obviously means that someone tried to. Like they wouldn't try to if they you wouldn't know not to make it if someone didn't try and get screwed. So I'm thinking that's what they were trying to do, and I was thinking that's maybe what the Sarita was trying to do. Was trying to create a replacement moon or a fake moon. So, but we'll see. Like obviously this is like the first patch. We got introduced to Conria. It depends. Like I know that we've talked about them. I watched a video before Nod-Krai came out where someone was going over all the stuff we knew, and so they like actually went into more detail about the moons. And I don't know if this was discussed in game. I assume parts of it were, and people just like pieced together the lore. Where basically the 3 moons were created by the big dragon overlord, who was the king of the dragon people from that land, and then the people from beyond, the Descenders, showed up and beat the shit out of the dragons. And so the big dragon overlord was like, wah, and he ran away like a little bitch. Then he came back with the power of the Abyss and waged another war. And during that, yeah, that guy, Nibelung, during that war with the Abyss powers, that war shattered the two of the 3 moons. And then the false sky went up. So yeah, so that was kind of interesting, and I think that's kind of what fucked over, and that's what brought a lot of maybe some of the Abyss corruption, but who knows when that happened. But yeah, so that's what shattered the 2 moons, and then there's like obviously the 3 moons, 3 goddesses, but I'm not sure. Like I'm not, because obviously it's a video, so I'm not sure how much they're pulling from like actual direct references. Sometimes they do mention some stuff where it's like, oh yeah, in these stories and books. And realistically, what it did make me realize is that I should go back and look at the books again. I think the game did a very poor job of training us to ignore the books we collect, because like in oh cool because like the books that we've collected, like in in 1.0, like all those books, in, like Mondstadt and Leeway, were all just like folklore and like stories and stuff, like the Boar Princess and stuff. All these little like little short stories about like folklore and the fairy tales and stuff like that. So like we never really paid attention to those books, but like there have been a lot of books lately that that maybe seem more important and lore related. And then of course I haven't really read any of the descriptions of weapons and artifact sets, which I'm sure give a little more context. At some point I should read those, and I need to go and read the extra little tidbits about each character, because some of that stuff might also interrelate with stuff in them. Okay, maybe. Yeah, so I need to go back and just go through like all my books and kind of like just see if I can find ones that are actually like Teyvat lore related instead of just the generic like fiction stories. But there's a lot. I don't know. So. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I'm out of water. Let me go get my more water. Oh, actually, if you're talking about where our ship crashed, I think I actually know where that place is too, because I was going by the Star Shoals yesterday, and I did notice that in the cliff face there was a big hole in the cliff, which could correspond to where our ship crashed into, because obviously in the flashback our ship was against a cliffside. So it could be that hole is there because that's where our ship was, and once the ship was moved, the only thing that remained was the hole.
その頭を直してやろう。
もうええよ。
手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
Oh, the chest is gone. God damn it. I want my chest. But yeah, it was, let's see, where's the normal map? There it is. I think it was like around here or something. This little spot. I think there's a hole right here. Yeah, I guess I'm close enough to that to teleport. I can just check it real quick.
雨か。髪と羽
Yeah,
が濡
like
れるな。
there.
帰ったらちゃんと手入れをしないと。
It's very ship hole size. Perfect sized hole for a ship to have crashed into. We only started mining inside, maybe. I don't know. Hard to say. Because it could be like a mining thing, but I mean, could have like broken it open for a mine. There's all this shit. Who's to say? What? Space out. Oh. Who's to say? Like it could have been that they went in from that end and then just burst their way out. Oh, fuck, I've broken it again. I guess they did not expect you to leave. Oh, I see. God damn it, I didn't realize that was going to happen. It, for some reason, remembered its last spot, which was down there, but realized, oh shit, I need to be up there. And so it was moving up. Yeah, I mean that's basically what that interlude, where our sibling talks about how they came back to our ship, like they saw our key, went back to our ship and saw us in cryosleep, and they're like, "Huh, how is that possible? How does this key exist both in your pod and also in here?" That made like no sense because that really calls into question like the opening of this game, because it's like, okay, so like us flying around in the beginning, that's fine. Like our ship could have landed and we hopped out and flew around and got captured by the god. You know, that makes sense. But then it's like, oh, and like the idea is that like, well, that's when we got separated and we have not seen each other since then. But now we have like our brother saying, oh, well, no, I did see you. You were in cryosleep. I'm like, wait, what? Like, we were both attacked by this god. And the last thing I remember is waking up or fishing Paimon out of the thing. So how the fuck did we get from being attacked from the gut by that god and in cryosleep in our ship? You know, so like that didn't make sense. So yeah, I'm really like, I don't know if they're trying to retcon the initial cutscene, and, like, that's not what happened, or is there some stuff that happened in between us being captured? Like, maybe we were both released, and then we did some other shit, and then, like, maybe we both escaped, and we, like, went crawling back to our ship to, like, go into cryosleep to, like, heal ourselves or something, and then our brother escaped early to check out Conria. Like, it's hard to say. So yeah, like that was really open ended and kind of like calls into question that initial uh, what? Well, this thing's like Aether was in Conrad and found us, but like found us where? Like we both got kidnapped by the god. So like what happened? What happened? Because like the idea is that yes, the very first thing that happened is we landed, we both left the ship, got attacked by the god. Like that's like first steps, right? But then it's like, well, then how do we? And like my thought was always that like we were both trapped by the god. Our sibling escaped first, and then wound up in Conria and was helping them out, maybe looking for us, you know. But then it's like, but if when shit hit the fan in Conria, if they, if our sibling knew that we were in our ship in cryosleep the entire time, that's kind of weird. Unless maybe we both escaped, like when our sibling escaped, we also did escape, and our sibling dragged us to the ship and put us in cryosleep because we were injured or something. Because like maybe that's it. Like because our sibling got captured pretty easily, and we only got captured after they neutralized our fireball. So we could have been injured, perhaps. Or was that how we got captured, or was that our sibling the one that did the fireball? I think it was us. So it could be that we were injured. We both escaped, or maybe our sibling escaped and rescued us, and then brought us to the ship for healing, and then went out into Teyvat to maybe look for more help or something, or how to repair the ship, and that's when they met Conria. Maybe something like that. But it just the question comes from like, well, how did we go from? Yeah, okay. So then maybe that injured us, and maybe that's why when our sibling escaped and rescued us, they dragged us to the sleeping pod to heal. That could be it. But then it's just unexplained. Like how do we go from getting captured by the god to only our sibling being alive in Conria with us in the cryopod? Like how did we get into the cryopod after attacking the god, and how did our sibling end up in Conria? Like how did we escape the god, and like what's the specific chain of events that happened? Now the way I explain it could be it. Like, yeah, like we both escaped. Sibling brought us because we were injured to the escape pod, and then went out and looking. Yeah, but like to be fair, like the existence of a spaceship is fine. The only thing that really calls into question shit is the fact that we were in cryosleep while Conria was happening, and our sibling knew exactly where we were the entire time. Which is like, oh, because my initial thought was our sibling, like we were both captured by the goddess. Our sibling escaped 500 years ago, alone by himself. Didn't know what the fuck's going on. Wandered Teyvat, was found by the Conrians, or found the Conrians, and was part of all that shit that happened, and then we escaped in the present day. Like we escaped like a year or two, or like, a few days before the start of the game itself, and stuff like that. But now it's like no, we also had escaped earlier, and hell, we had to have escaped at least 500 years ago, because our location is now known at the time of the Conrian, shitfest. So it's like then it calls into question of like, well, how the fuck did we escape then? Like, because now we both escaped. It's one thing if like maybe our brother like managed to sneak his way out, like because like maybe whatever we were caged in weakened over time, and so our brother escaped first, and then we did. But now it's like, okay, well, we both escaped ages ago, so. Well, even if we were summoned, like even if it was some sort of like, even if they communed with the gods and pulled our sibling, I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe they pulled our sibling first, and then they said, okay, pull the main pull the other one as well. But because we were injured, once we were found, they brought us to the cryosleep pod. Maybe? I don't know. Like, yeah, the timeline around that has gotten a little weaker now because it's like, shit, like there's this stuff that was completely unmentioned. And like motivations and stuff. Because I had always assumed like, oh, our brother escaped the god first and was looking for us. And in their trek looking for us, they came across the Conrians and, was working with them, because they were going to help our sibling find us. And then it's like, okay, and then shit hit the fan, and then we escaped, and then we reversed the thing. And so, but then it's like, oh, well, no, our sibling knew where we were the entire time. Like, that's like, oh, well, then... Did he say that? Because, like... Because I'm pretty sure what he said was that he went to there and then found us sleeping in the cryopod. He wasn't surprised that we were sleeping in the cryopod. He said, wait a minute, that's the key to the cryopod. How do you have the key when, like, the key's with them? I'm pretty sure, like, they knew we were in the ship. And they were just surprised that the girl had the key. And it's like, wait a minute, how do you have the key? And I thought that the idea was that maybe we had woken up. Like, maybe he was concerned, oh shit, they woke up. And that's why he rushed back to confirm whether we had woken up or not. Which could support what one of my, like, hypotheses, where it's like, maybe we both escaped from the god, but we were injured because we fought with the god longer. And so, our sibling was the one who brought us back to the ship to put us in cryosleep for healing. And then at that point they could have left and explored Teyvat to maybe look for more ship parts to fix the ship or whatever, and that's when they met the Conrians and all that shit happened. That could be it, and like that would explain things, but like they just haven't explained things yet. Well, no, I mean, like the only thing about the only thing about the time loop is just that NPC. That's it. Just the existence of the NPC is the only like time loopy part of it. Like, it doesn't really suggest that any other parts of us were involved in a time loop. Just that this one NPC is. This one NPC was like, fucked around in time, but there's no evidence to suggest that either us or them were. And even still, like if Istra somehow managed to like hide us from time, we wouldn't have been observed. Like our sibling wouldn't have known exactly where we were. Like we would still be missing from their perspective. So like, there's nothing really to suggest that Istra had anything else to do besides, or had anything to do with anything besides just moving that NPC back and forth through time. It seems to be the only thing that was really done. But again, like that was really recent. And we have obviously moved on to this part right now, so it's hard to say how much we'll get into that aspect of it. I imagine it'll be covered in the next interlude, but obviously since we've just got this new zone, there's going to be more moon-related lore shit. So like, I think we're going to be focusing mostly on the story and stuff, and I think the leak suggests Columbina is going to be in point 2. Yeah, I mean, it's basically introduced new things that we're just completely unaware of. Like, the existence of the ship doesn't really matter, but the fact that we were in cryosleep at the time of Conria and our brother knew, or our sibling knew exactly where to find us the entire time was like, oh, okay, well, the motivation of him looking for us is kind of out the window if he already knew where we were the entire time. And then, of course, us escaping the god, us escaping Astaroth or Asmodee is weird. Like, how do we? Oh yeah, that was it. It was Oh yeah. It's Nefer next patch during 5.2 and then Colin being the 0.3. So yeah, it'll be a bit. So we're probably gonna be all revolving around that shit, and then maybe 0.4. we might get an interlude. I doubt it. It'll probably be like 0.5, 0.6, but we'll get an interlude and maybe we'll get some more information. I mean, either our sibling, he seems to have everything he needs, maybe, to create a new Conria. Like, he has the fate thing. It seems to be ready. He's been, like, showing it off, so. I don't know, though, because it could be 7, but, like, it seems like they probably want to do a prelude into Snezhnaya. Because I think Aether and the Abyss shit is not really super Snezhnayan. It could be. I mean, but I think there's only going to be 0.7 patches in... I think there's only 7 patches in Nod-Krai. I think they said it was going to be a little slightly shorter than normal, and it was only going to be a 0.7. And I would think the 0.7 patch would be for, like, a Snezhnayan prologue. And this, the stuff with the Abyss and Aether are not really related to Snezhnaya a lot. Like, there are some aspects of Conria that do obviously relate. Obviously, Capitano and Piero are both from Conria. So maybe maybe they'll just be included in that sense. So maybe it will be a SNES9 preview. And it will involve Piero somehow. But I would assume there would be some sort of like thing to be like, okay, cool, here's the reason why we're going to Snezhnaya. Because like, previously going to other countries was like, oh, we're going to this country because we're looking for our brother. Which like, makes sense. Or, we're looking for our sibling. But like, Snezhnaya is not really the place you go just for shits and giggles, Other places are like, yeah, sure, we're going around, we're going to learn the truth. And, I mean, so you'd think there's going to be some thing that happens that's going to be like, oh shit, we got to get to Snezhnaya and like stop them, or like something's really coming to a head. We need to get into Snezhnaya type shit, which is like, should be its own thing. And you'd think that would be like the patch right before Snezhnaya. So it couldn't be the interlude, because the interlude's not really gonna... Because like, resurrecting Conria shouldn't... I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know if resurrecting Conria is part of the Fatui's plans. I don't think it is. I don't think they're like waiting for that to happen. That's interesting though. Look at this. Locked door. This door won't budge at all. Looks like there's no way to open it. Yeah, no way to open it. Alright. Oh, that's why. It's because I used this guy to unlock it. Yeah, it's because I came in from this way, and there was the little card key thing that I was able to use him to open it for. Okay. Yeah, so it's like, it seems like it's going to be some like big thing. It's going to be like the Sarita against Celestia. And so I would think the patch right before that would be like some sort of like, oh shit, they finally done something, and now we need to go over there to stop them, or whatever. So I think the interlude would be before that. Because I don't think they would have them both. I don't think both those things would be related. I don't think the interlude is going to be related to the SNES9 shit. So I think it might be 0.6, but we'll get a better feel for it once we really know when the leaks are going to be. Because what characters are releasing when might give us an idea of when they're going to do the interlude. I mean, I don't think we'll get that much more confused. I mean, they could, by just not fully explaining it. I think we are getting to the point where they are going to be answering more questions than they ask. Because, like, we know that they're going to, like, we know what We know what our siblings trying to do. They're trying to resurrect Conria. Okay, so we know their motivation behind it. We kind of know how they're going to do it, although it's basically just like, yeah, it's magic. It's magic. It just happens because of magic. And some like fate thing or whatever. And so we kind of know that. And so like the next thing that's going to happen is probably them actually being successful at it. And then it'll just be, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, and this, I don't know. Like my theory was always something along the lines of like when I saw that there was the Conria chapter within that initial prologue video, like the video before the game came out. I always kind of assumed it was going to be some sort of like flashback thing, where it was going to be like, oh, we're going to have some sort of flashback, like the Conria chapter would just be a flashback of what happened, what they were doing at the time that their civilization got destroyed. So it's like we would be reliving those events and the catastrophe through some sort of like flashback type thing. But now it's like, oh shit, if Aether actually does create Conria, like, I mean, it could still be related to that. It could be that he recreates Conria, and we do have like glimpses of the past where we do experience flashbacks into Conria. But the ship thing, it's just the timeline was always just kind of like, okay, like it was always pretty fast. Like we never really understand like the real timeline of shit, because like, okay, so now there's the dragons and stuff, the Archon War set 7,000 years ago, the Conrian disaster 500 years ago, and a bunch of other stuff that seems to happen around 500 years ago as well. But there's a lot of like gaps in between. We never really knew exactly when we first appeared in Teyvat. Like, probably not. We didn't think it was going to be before the Archon War, but it depends. Like obviously the issue is that Conria was destroyed by the gods, so I wouldn't imagine they'd be too happy about us bringing it back, right? It's like, yeah, we went and destroyed it and killed, basically cursed all its people because they did something so heinous. We said, fuck you guys. Having humans say, cool, we brought it back. Like, we just all the shit you did, well, we undid a big chunk of it. I think that would piss them off. It piss off the gods anyway. And I mean, it's also like we don't really know why they were killed. Like, obviously we know, oh yeah, they were like fucking around with the Abyss, and like the Abyss is bad and shit like that, right? Okay, that's bad. But like, it could be that there could be some other aspect of it. Like, it wasn't just that the gods were pissed off, but like Conria itself was a disaster. Like something about it was just naturally like fuck over Teyvat. And so like, if we bring it back, they might, just go back and destroy it again because they're like, well, sorry, we can't allow this to continue. Like, just its existence is a problem. And then like, you're messing around with ley lines, and our brother is like, yeah, sure, like it's fine. Like, we found some space where we can put the Conrians without affecting people, but like, will it really not affect people? Like, we still are messing around with ley lines and stuff. Like, who's to say how this will affect the world? So it's they think it's fine, but like, this has also never been done. So like, yes, it's totally fine. It's like, oh really? It's like, have you ever tested this before? Or has that ever worked? Do we have any example of this ever like working? Like, not really. Like, because what they're doing is not the exact same as what Natlan did. So it's like, there's been no actual success. They don't know how it will affect the world. And even the shit we did in Natlan, there were a lot of potential concerns about it. So hard to say. But yeah, I mean, we're obviously nearing the end of the story. There are definitely some new and interesting things, like all this moon shit. Wasn't super in depth, so we're obviously learning a lot about that. But like, we've met with the ancient dragon. Well, we've not really met with, but like we've seen the ancient dragon civilization. We've met with a variety of dragons. we've like learned about the Irminsul and the Descenders, and all that shit. So I think we have a good background of the world, and so I imagine that we're gonna get Nod-Krai will tell us a little bit more about the space aspects of it, what's beyond the sky, and then Shneznaya will tell us more about Celestia. And maybe incidentally some stuff about what happened with Conria, because I assume what they don't like about assume like one aspect of the reason why they're fighting against Celestia is because of what they did in Conria, which is probably why they can easily get Piero and Capitano to help them. It's because they're like, yeah, we're gonna fuck over Celestia, which fucked you guys over, and they're like, cool, we'll help.
アビスの声に身を委ねていたなら、私はとっくに私ではなくなっていただろう。本能に抗うことは生き残るよりも難しい。ちょっとなまってきたな。どこかに頂点人の出番はないか？
Respond to that. Who will be playable? I think. Like Dainsleif probably will be playable because in the I'm pretty sure Conria in the prologue video for in the prologue video or like the story prologue before Genshin came out, in the Conria chapter they did actually show the splash art of Dainsleif, and pretty much every character that was in the splash art of that has been a playable character. Yeah, it might be a while. I mean, realistically, it'll probably be the Conran arc, because that's when that's when his splash art appeared, and they have been essentially doing that. Now, obviously, they can do whatever the fuck they want. They could just say, yeah, you can play him now. But probably the Conran arc, because they had Ayaka, splash art during Inazuma. They showed Lynette and Linny in Fontaine. They showed Sumeru. Oh, Sino, Sumeru. Lynette and Linny for Fontaine. Ian-san was for Natlan. Snezhnaya, they just showed, I think, the Fatui. I think they just showed a bunch of Fatui agents with someone on the throne, so they didn't have to splash up for that. And then for Conria, they showed Dainsleif. So presumably, the story chapters after Snezhnaya is complete will get Dainsleif, maybe. But yeah, I mean, as I said, like it's up to them. They could do whatever if they. Probably it's hard to say. Like I always kind of thought that maybe the Sarita is not really like doing anything. Like they keep saying, "Oh, it's for the Sarita," but maybe like she actually is not in control, and maybe like she's like siphoning all her power into doing something. Kind of like how like the kind of like Furina had most of her like divine power in that throne. I was thinking maybe Sarita was like that, like because like we never really actually like directly saw her, and everyone was like, oh, saying this and that, but it could be that like maybe the Harbingers were like had wrested control from her. But like lately, it seems like we have Columbina saying, yeah, she directly talked to the Sarita, so it seems like the Sarita is like doing stuff and is active, but just obviously active within her own country. So it seems like she might actually be in control and in power. But I did have that theory maybe before. I'm like, maybe. But yeah, it was hard to tell because it was pretty like the person on the throne was pretty like, heavily clothed, so it was like you couldn't even tell if it was a guy or a girl, and even if it was like supposed to be the Saritsa. I mean, because it could. I mean, it could. I mean, especially at that time, like when we didn't know what all the harbingers looked like. Um, hey, buddy. Yeah. Okay, come on. Because like yeah, we didn't know what the harbingers looked like, so I was like, oh, okay, it could have been one of like the harbingers, but like obviously now we know what they all look like. It's like okay, probably not. That probably is this. Oh yeah, yeah. But like when that video first released, it was just like some heavily clothed masked person, on a throne. So it's like yeah, it could have just been the head of the surrounded by Fatui agents. So you could just think it's the head of the Fatui, not like the actual. And I thought it was like they were they have I thought they showed like a big mask or something, like a Pelu Pelu mask type thing. So so I was thinking, oh, it could have been like a harbinger, because like at that time, that's all we really knew. We knew there were archons, but like we also did know harbingers. But now, like like a year or two later, or maybe even 3 years later, they had that. They showed that video where they were like, oh yeah, with Signora's death. So it has to have been like a year later, I guess. Signora's death, and they had all the harbingers around the table. So at that point, we knew. So it's probably maybe Saritsa, but hard to really say. Yeah, well, because obviously it had been after Signora's death, which would be Inazuma. So it'd be after a year, because I think Signora could have been a year or so. I think it might have been like October or November, the year of. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, I just pulled it up just now too. Yeah, so wearing heavily closed shit with a hat and a feather. So it's like, yeah, the face is obscured, but like she's surrounded by like, or yeah, it's hard to tell if it's actually a guy or a girl, and then surrounded by Fatui. So I was like, yeah, I was thinking the hat thing was like a full. I thought we saw like the mask. It was just, I thought it was like we saw that, and that hat, that big hat was actually like a mask that covered their face, but it seems like their face might be uncovered, but it's all in black, so we can't tell. So, but like they were surrounded by Fatui. Now, obviously, there's like ice shards around, so yeah, maybe Sarvitsa, uh, but they're also surrounded by just the Fatui, not the Harbingers. So it's like it could have just been like it could have been like one of the Harbingers, for all we know. Um, but then we saw all the Harbingers, and they all have those cloaks and stuff. Yeah, and also like there was some thought. I had thought because I think our sibling was kind of referenced as prince or princess, depending on what you pick, and so I kind of thought that maybe that was our sibling. Because like initially we didn't really know about that stuff, so I was thinking that maybe our sibling was like the head of the Harbingers, and that like the head of the Harbingers, and working with the Saritsa to do shit. But then it was like, oh, okay, no, it seems like our sibling is more involved in abyss-related things than Sneznayan. And so I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, it's like that was the whole thing. It's like, yeah, that could work for either sibling. Either sibling could kind of fit into those clothes. It's gender neutral enough. So I was like, maybe it's that, but yeah, who knows? The penguin dude? I think the penguin dude had, yeah, he did have a lot of feathers. So that's what I was thinking. I was like, I didn't instantly think the Saritsa. Saritsa is definitely a girl, because that's what they keep continuing to say, and that's not super. Clothing's not super feminine. It seems like it's a weird thing for the Saritsa to wear. So that's why I kind of thought it was just our sibling, and our sibling was working with the Futui to go against Celestia. But then, obviously with recent new interludes and all that shit, we've clearly seen that these are they're not help. They might inadvertently help each other, but not directly working with each other. So that seemed less likely. Yeah, I was going to check. I forgot how many pieces of Cognoscenti I have. I think I have at least 3. Yeah, and then Dane's Leaf is shown in the splash art afterwards. It's a little penguin dude. I mean, it does look short enough. Genshin, penguin, or... Let's see if that actually comes up. Ah. Where's that video?
11 Harbingers.
Hey. Oh, actually, no, where's that video?
They are the Cryo 11 Harbingers.
No, his hat. I mean, they all have. Their cloaks do have like the feathery, like fur. But that dude's hat was more like a top hat. I think when they showed him there. Although I guess that does have a little feather at the top, a little insignia. Where's that? Actually, yeah, I guess you're kind of right. Yeah, I guess if it is that hat, if it is, it could be the top hat, but he's tilting his head forward, And so that's why it looks slightly different. Yeah, I mean, that would line up. So what was his name again? Fatty? Fatty the Carpenter? Uh, he is Pulcinella, the rooster. So yeah, it could be him then. Yeah, because the top of the we ever see. I mean, it's also like Ian's son doesn't look exactly the way she did before, so it could be some slight differences in character design. It also could be that like what he was wearing in that um, what he was wearing in the Signora's funeral could have been like more formal wear, and so maybe the yeah. So the feather and the insignia around that feather does match up. So if he has the top hat and if he's sitting in the throne and his head is tilted forward, then that would kind of match the shape of what we can see with his hat. But yeah, okay, so it could be him. Yeah, so, how old is he too? Oh, oh, never mind. Actually, at the if you look at Genshin Impact's fandom for Pulcinella, they quite literally said he also appears as a silhouette during Teyvat chapter storyline preview, Travail, alongside his followers. Oh, so I mean, this is the fandom, so it's not like true thing, but they are quite literally saying yes, that was him. So it's genshin-impact.fandom.com/wiki/Pulcinella. So Pulcinella. You look up that. The third paragraph says he also appears as silhouette. So that probably is him then. So yeah, so it's not the so yeah, not the Saritsa. And then yeah, he could have just been wearing more formal attire because this was like basically Signora's funeral, kinda. So maybe what he's wearing in the throne is his more normal work duds. I think that's the fake moon. So I think I think the red moon is the fake one that the Conrians made or tried to make, and I think that's probably what pissed off the gods and got them to be like "fuck you guys," and they showed up and like fucked them up. Because I remember the video I watched that like was trying to introduce all the factions of Nod-Krai, kind of mentioned that there was shit that says don't make a fake moon, don't try to create another moon, and so that might have been what happened is that the Conrians tried to make one and they got bitch slapped back. Which does enter into the question is like, well then what's the Sarita asking of Columbina? Because Columbina is the Moon Maiden. She used up all her Kuvaki moon energy. The thing you would think would be like they're trying to make another moon, perhaps. Yeah, obviously it's Dory. Let's see. I think I started what happened in that story. Uh, oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I didn't think March was that compelling, like a villain. Like, we had the big Lygus fight before, and then pretty much like the most of 3.6 was just like Evernight just being, edgy and dark and all like, ooh, wow, I'm the big bad. I'm kind of like fucking over all these things. And then like at the end of it, she's just like, okay, I give up. You can have the body back, March. I'm like, oh, like that's kind of anticlimactic. Like it's nice that they're all back together and all that. Well, yeah, yeah, she's not really a villain. But like the whole point is like like she obviously has that evil vibe going, and then she was like acting all edgy, like the entire patch, just being like, "Oh, look, I've wiped the memories of all these asshole recollection people, and I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you, Black Swan, and I'm gonna hunt you guys down. And I'm gonna do all these things, and then and then the vibe was just like she's basically taken over March, and you'll never get March back. She'll satisfy March's wishes like through her own sinister means after because she's now taken over her body. And then like at the end, she's like, "Okay, I give up. You can have the body back, March." And I'm like, oh, like the whole it felt like it was like Evernight was like has taken over, right? And like we would never see the real March again. Evernight, it's now Evernight's body, that type of thing. And then she kind of just gave up a little too easily. And I don't think we had any big sort of like climactic fight, which is like it's been a while since I have not had something like that. Because like the previous fight we obviously had Lygus, and the whole Lygus thing was an interesting fight. And then before that, I think it was Aquila. I think there was that big Aquila fight, and then it was also like the Finon's like cutscene fight against Destruction, all that stuff. So like this is obviously trying to like talk more about the remembrance aspect of Ampharos, and it's like okay, cool, like that's where kind of March coming in, and I guess this is what remembrance is trying to do, and like okay, I guess, but it's like I don't know. It just kind of felt like Destruction makes sense, right? Destruction is destruction. It's going to fuck things up. And then like what remembrance is trying to do is just kind of like weird and it's like is it what they're trying to do that bad? Like, and then like the missing 13th god, we have like, oh yeah, there's this missing 13th god, and like Lygus is saying, oh yeah, I killed it, and it's like, well, why? Like it's just kind of a little weird and vague about that. And obviously we're gonna it'll probably be a big plot point in the next patch, but like so far, like it was just kind of like we never heard about it before, and then within the same patch, it's like, oh yeah, he's dead. I killed him because like I needed to be a headless monster so that I could just I could fill its mind with destruction. Was a little vague. So it's like, yeah, we just we didn't really have we just didn't have as big a focus. Like Lygus was kind of barely there, and so like the stakes had been kind of constantly rising. Of like, oh, here's what's happening. Okay, cool. We're going down the flame chase's journey. We're doing this. Again, like the Flame Reaver fight too. It's like we're doing this. Things are building. We're fighting these bigger monsters, these bigger bosses. And now there's Lygus revealing himself, and then it's just like, okay, now just like wander around a bit and kind of just like hide from Evernight, and then don't really even fight her, and she just gives up. Deflates the tension a bit. So it's not like bad per se, but yeah, I mean, I just say it's not like. It's not even like it definitely didn't build the tension, and the problem is it didn't even maintain the tension. It kind of did deflate it a little bit, and we're just like, oh, that's kind of sad because like they were kind of ramping up, and I feel that this kind of ramped it down slightly, not like a huge amount, but like I could easily see you just removing March. Like you could just not have Evernight in there, and like there would be no difference. Like you could have just had March appear, like March gets sucked in. Because the problem is that like the idea is that like, oh cool, March, is like March was trapped in that ice and stuff, but like we didn't really get a good explanation of like what she is in relationship to Fuli. So it was kind of alluded that maybe she's like a fragment of Fuli, maybe that's what she is, but it wasn't super clear. And even with this whole patch that basically revolved around March and Evernight, we still didn't really get a good understanding of what the fuck March is. And if anything that's happening, like, so is March no longer frozen? Like after waking up, is she no longer? Yeah, they did say that, right? And that was the trailer thing that came out like right before, and that's where I was like getting that a shard of Fuli type thing, and I'm just like, but is that actually true? Is that just a euphemism? Like, could you claim that all the people from the House of Recollections are children of Fuli in one way or the other because they're Pathstriders? Is she? I mean, is it just that? Well, like she's come to terms with this. Like maybe she's unfrozen herself. Maybe Evernight was the one who froze her, protect her. And now that she's overcome Evernight, now obviously we won't know that until the next patch because she only literally just freed herself, and we haven't cut back to looking at her on the train yet. So it could be, but hard to say. So again, it's just like a lot of it felt like you could have just not had any of that, and it wouldn't really have made a difference. But I guess the only thing that might make it more of a difference later is the 13th God. They did introduce the 13th God. That definitely does seem like it's going to be a factor. I don't think it's going to be dead. I think maybe what one of their plans, maybe what Remembrance's plan is doing is to like replace the 13th God with something else. So like Lygus might be just trying to replace it, fill its head with destruction. It could be that someone else is going to, instead of interfere with Lygus by replacing the 13th God with something else, and then that will become the new head for Iron Tomb. Maybe. It feels like that might mean something, but like with the exception of the 13th God, pretty much like all of it could have realistically been cut without really changing much of the story. I don't think so. I think that was just something that Evernight just like summoned, or like because basically all those like weird creatures were like creatures that were basically created because of Evernight. Like they were like fragments of like the bodies or fragments of the mimetic entities from the House of Recollection. I think that's what they said it was. It was like, yeah, if Evernight fucked around with them, they become those things. And I thought the enemies we fought, because Evernight was the one who like summoned it, it seemed that they just were more of those entities, and that the chamber itself was empty, which would make sense because Lygus did say they killed the 13th God. Hard to say. Like maybe it just moved somewhere else. Who knows? So like the big takeaway was just, yes, there is a 13th God. Lygus said he killed it. We'll see if that's actually true and how the 13th God plays into the tale of Ampharos. But like everything related to Evernight is kind of like doesn't really matter. Like if you just had March appear, right? Like if you had just had March, maybe she got stuck and she went through the door, and you just had her going through the door as like the reason why she was not there right away with us was because she was stuck in that intermediary place, and then you could just be like, oh, no, I opened the door and I popped in, and here I am. I wound up at this location. Like they could have just done that and omitted all the March shit or the Evernight shit, and it feels like it wouldn't have made a difference. Now, obviously, we'll see. Maybe March will use Evernight's powers as a way to turn the tides of battle against Lygus. Maybe that's something to do with it. Like maybe Iron Tomb's about to be resurrected, and Evernight and March, along with the geniuses, all like use their various paths to change the course of what Iron Tomb is created from. So maybe she matters in that sense, but like it does seem so far that like nothing she really did really mattered, other than just keeping away the House of Recollection people. But like you could have just not had them be there. Yeah, I mean she's basically like a multiple March basically has multiple personality disorder, where it's like she's chilling there. She'll show up if March is ever really in danger, and maybe they'll like commune together and be like, hey, we're gonna. It's like Naruto and the Kyuubi. The Nine Tails, she'll just go to the Nine Tails and be like, hey, I need your power, and he's like, okay, fuck, here you go. Could be something like that. But so it might matter in the end, but obviously, like it kind of ended where it did, because it's like, well, no, like next patches we're gonna have this huge big finale and all that shit. So they had to stop before getting too far. So I'm looking forward to next patch. I'm curious to see how it ends. Yeah, of course. Of course I got her. Yeah, I got her because she's really good with the Memo Sprite teams. And so I'm like, so I think I've been using her in Aglaya. I was using Aglaya, Evernight, Hycene, and Castros. Because I wanted a team that had all Memra sprites out. Although unfortunately, Castros doesn't have her Memra sprite out all the time. It's only out when her actually no, I guess her Memra sprite could be out if I wanted it to be out. I could just not. I mean, I basically have her Castros Memra sprite just do all its blasts and kill itself. But realistically, I could stop it before it kills itself and keep it alive on the field. But yeah, so I wanted a team where I could have all members, like I could have a full team of member sprites. So obviously, because she's HP scaling, the idea is you bring in Tribby as well. Replace Aglaya with Tribby, but Tribby doesn't have a memo sprite, so she can't really do anything. I could replace Tribby with the Remembrance Trailblazer, because they. Uh, Kinda, yeah. Like I definitely noticed like my stacks go into well, obviously they go to double digits because you only need 16. But yeah, like I've seen my stacks go as high as like 32 when I'm just like blasting through stuff. So she can just go back to back red red jellyfish attacks. I don't know, like she doesn't seem super strong herself, but then that's the whole point is that she's not really a strong attacker in and of herself. She's more of a buffer. And so that's why I was just doing HP scaling characters and like buffing Castoris, but I'm like, well, actually, she buffs based on the number she provides a buff based on the number of Memo sprites on the field, I think, or maybe that's her relic. It buffs herself, I guess, but she does buff crit damage of any Memo sprites and stuff. So, I see. Yeah, I don't have her. I don't have any eidolons for her. I got a light cone because I generally like to get the light cones of every character because that's just their best one and it's just easy to build and I don't have to worry about shit. But yeah, I didn't get any constellation. I didn't think our constellation looked that amazing. I don't think. I forget what it was. But it was like, who we get? Actually, who is up next for Honkai Star Rail? Mm, I can't remember if we have leaks for the next patches. Yeah, I mean we're gonna get Illuminator. We could. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It just didn't seem super impressive. Because like, I mean, it definitely has its uses, but like the thought is that with like Lygus and stuff. Yeah, and like that E2 seemed pretty interesting. Like I was like, okay, cool, more crit damage, like that's good. She does share her crit damage, and the more she gets memory, then the more she can do her bigger attack. Yeah, when she does her burst, so like that's kind of cool. I'm like, E1 just didn't seem super impressive. Um, Especially because like obviously like Lygus is weak to ice, and so I was like, oh cool, like seems like she would be good against Lygus. And then it's like, oh, well, then E1 just like is counter indicative to Lygus because Lygus constantly summons stuff. He's always summoning things. So it's just like, oh, okay, well, it's gonna be super helpful for that. It'll be like helpful for other bosses, but like there's so many bosses that summon shit, and then like it just wouldn't be super helpful in pure fiction and stuff like that. So I was like, not super caring about that. I'll just wait for more characters. I mean, it's definitely good to have, but I don't know, like I got what was it? I got Hyselin. I got Hyselins to E2 because I really liked Nihility characters, and like Nihility carried my early Simulated Universe runs, and like even Simulated Universe, and then also uh, this Swarm Disaster. Nihility was just so good and really helpful. And then it kind of fell off, and then Hyselins came around. I'm like, oh wow! And then like Hyselins E1 and E2 were like just so insanely good. I'm like, holy shit! So I got that. So I'm basically super poor, not enough to get Evernight, but like I'm not gonna, not gonna spend money on constellations that are not like don't seem super impressive. When I'll just rather just save for another character.
飛ぶか。烈日よ。
さあ働きなさい。せい口封じは任せたからね。
All good thieves can jump like that. Oh, the Moonstars. Yeah, the Moonstars are probably like the like boots that give her the super jump.
風が立つぞ。Can you do that?
Okay, I'm back. I'm in the water too.
飛ぶか。ロックオン。撃て。呪霊。燃えよアクセル全開。ああ、キラキラで美しいな。 飛ぶか。ロックオン。
直せなかった
今だ。
冷たい。
金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方。 烈日よ。
シトラリー、ピーチパパ、こうよ。せい。
風が立つぞ。
頭上を焼き尽くす。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。食前に
撃て。 今だ。もうええよ。
土見めよ、契約を果たせ。口封じは任せたからね。
ジェンダム発射。飛ぶか。ロックオン。
冷凍の時間よ。最高の一品よ。
頭上を焼き。
ロックオン。
低温調理。手加減なしよ。と
とよっ。
もうええよ。
土見めよ。
飛ぶか。
連続射撃。
今だ。 金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？はっ。
Why would they have a robot that we can move? That we can't... There's like nothing for this robot to help us interact with. What is the point of it? Unless it's maybe used for a later quest. Or did I need to... Oh, I see. I needed to get him there so I could get the boost. I see. I couldn't boost unless I had the blue, and I needed him to be there with the blue. Got it. Oh, it was right though. So we are heading into the. I saw the arena. I was like, I could go kill things, but like, it's not. It's probably might be quest related, and it is. Although, presumably, I wouldn't be able to accidentally trigger this at a time.
風が立つぞ。やっ。はっ。
武力行使の許可を
手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。ガンのように羽ばたけ。
石煙に葬られよ。せいやっせ止める勇気はあるか。
味わうがいい。
せい
さあ働きなさい。シトラリリッチパパ、こうよ。さあ食前に甘い。
烈日よ。
飛ぶか。今だ。ロックオン。消え失せろ。
加速するぞ。せい
伝えてやる。
加速するぞ。
I can see her coming back. Because she has, an actual family. She has her father, the police chief. So it's understandable if the police chief, like with all the shit's going on, that the police chief pops up again. And then, like, if she, idolizes Reed Miller, which is, kind of connected with just the story of Nod-Krai. So I could see another world quest that. No, okay, so this still doesn't do anything. Okay. I could see another world quest where she pops back up again. Okay, so I went down. I don't think I fully explored here. Yeah, that was it. I got to here, and then went up here, and then crawled up there, and then accidentally started the quest, so I had to quickly do it before I spoil even more.
もうええよ。
手加減なしよ。冷凍の時間。
撃て。ロックオン。飛ぶか。風が立つぞ。ああ、キラキラで美しいな。
よし、もうすぐ釣れるぞ。おお、なかなかの収穫だな。勝利は目の前だぞ。何が釣れたんだ。おいらにも見せてくれ。頑張れ。 利は目の前だ。おお、いいものが釣れたな。頑張れ。もう一やか頑張ったな。
飛ぶか。
ぶちかましてやる。直せな。
ロックオン。
負けだ。
烈日よ。
絶にめよ、契約を果たせ。悪用の力を。よっはっ。
アクセル全開。
I assume this is gonna be a battle.
もうええよ。
受け止められる？さあ働きなさい。食前に甘いものを。目も舌もマッチトラリン、イチパパどうよ。
聞け。太陽の方向を。えっ。せ加速するぞ。せやっ。
手加減なしよ。低温調理、噛んでるように羽ばたけ。
ジェンダー発射。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？
Nice. I've been missing a bar, bro. Oh shit. What's it gonna be? Hopefully it's a character, not a weapon. Oh my fucking god, are you fucking kidding me? Ugh, Jesus. Okay, well. There's another master list, so now I have gotten 6. So now there's 2, I can create 2 level 100 characters. I need to go to the bathroom too real quick, so I'll be right back.
ちょっとなまってきたな。どこかに頂点人の出番はないか？アビスの声に身を委ねていたなら、私はとっくに私ではなくなっていただろう。本能に抗うことは生き残るよりも難しい。
Okay, I'm back.
ちょっとなまってきたな。どこかに頂点人の出番はないか？風が立つぞ。ロックオン。撃て。行け。頭上を焼き。飛ぶか。平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、 私はいらないから持っていくといい。ああ、キラキラで美しいな。飛ぶか。烈日よ。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
風が立つぞ。ロックオン。今だ。平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。
武力行使の許可を確認。
飛ぶか。撃て撃て。今だ。
情報は伝えてある。
平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。風が立つぞ。
もうええよ。
冷凍の
消え失せろ。はっ撃て。 風が立つぞ。
土見めよ、契約を果たせ。シトラリン、食弁に甘い。
この天下で裁く。悪くない品だ。気に入った。
武力行使の許可を確認。
撃て。ロックオン、今だ。
烈日よ。
伝えてやる。
はい、これ。
飛ぶか。
もうええよ。
さあ、働きなさい。悪用の力を。最高の一品よ。
風が立つぞ。撃て。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか。飛ぶか。 平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。
手加減なしよ。冷凍の時間。
今だ、今だ、撃て。
So we're back. Need to go to the bathroom.
アビスの声に身を委ねていたなら、私はとっくに私ではなくなっていただろう。本能に抗うことは生き残るよりも難しい。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？
Oh, I see. So that was the data recorder I got from that cassette tape thing.
風が立つぞ。撃て。烈日よ、私に従え。飛ぶか。
絶にめよ、契約を果たせ。口封じは任せた。
ロックオン。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。飛ぶか。
その頭を直してやる。
燃えよ。
食前に甘いものを。目も舌も待っ。
諦める。
撃て。
情報は伝えてやる。
金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか。飛ぶか。ロックオン。
直せなかった。
今だ。
手加減なしよ。シトラリン、リツパパ、こうよ。
チュレ風が立つぞ。今だ。ロックオン。金で解決できるならか。それはっ。烈日よ。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。ガンのように羽ばたけ。
飛ぶか。撃て。消え失せろ。燃えよ。
土峰よ、契約を果たせ。口封じは任せ。
撃て。平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。飛ぶか。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？風が立つぞ。
さあ、冷凍の時間よ。目も舌も満足させてあげる。
飛ぶか。ロックオン。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？風が立つぞ。烈日飛ぶか。今だ。撃て。 やっせいそれふっ平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが風が立つぞ。やっ通常を
土に目よ契約を果たせシトラリー。食前に甘いものをガンのように
散れロックオン。ああキラキラで美しいな。烈日よ
さあ働きなさい。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
撃て今だ。いやもうええよ。
土に目よ契約を果たせ口封じは平穏町に。
聞け太陽の方向を。いやジェンダン発射ロックオンロックオンロックオン烈日よ
手加減なしよ。はっ悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
ロックオンふっ金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？通常を焼き
土に目よ契約を。
風が立つぞ。今だ。
すぐ済んだわね。
飛ぶか。
私の負けだ。
今片付けて烈日よ私
手加減なしよ頭上に用心。はっやっと
平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。風が立つぞ。飛ぶか。
もうええよ。
土にめよ、契約を果たせ。口封じは任せたからね。
平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？
手加減なしよ。せい。食前にあちれ。
情報は伝えてある。
金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？やっ飛ぶか。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。 だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？ちょっとなまってきたな。どこかに調停人の出番はないか？アビスの声に身を委ねていたなら、私はとっくに私ではなくなっていただろう。本能に抗うことは生き残るよりも難しい。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？
フリンズ来てくれたんだな。
お疲れ様です。あなたたちのおかげで灯台が息を吹き返したようですね。
ひひ、お安いご用だぜ。でもオイラたちがいくら頑張っても灯台の明かりが届かない場所はあるし、相変わらず暗いな。
そうですね。外の世界と違ってこの墓場は永遠に僕はこの環境を変えたいと思っていませんでしたが、あなたたちが灯台を灯してくれたおかげで僕に迷惑をかけたのではと心配されているのでしたら、どうか命とは輪ですから、島全体太陽は
飛ぶか。よっ。風が立つぞ。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
飛ぶか。ロックオン。撃て。平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから持っていくといい。風が立つぞ。 クオン。撃て。ロックオン。ああ、キラキラで美しいな。やっ。風が立つぞ。
今回こそ控えめに。
撃て。
またやりすぎた。不発か。
今だ。
またやりすぎた。
ロックオン。ああ、キラキラで美しいな。
アクセル全開。冒険の褒美だな。いい。
飛ぶか。ああ、風が立つぞ。
さあ働きな。冷凍の時間よ。目も舌も満足。
今だ今だ。飛ぶか。
手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
消え失せろ。はっ
すぐ
撃て。
済んだわね。
やっ
冒険の褒美だな。いい記念となる。烈日よ。
食前に甘いものを。
飛ぶか。風が立つぞ。平等に分配しないことは争いにつながる。はっよっ飛ぶか。
頭上を焼き。
口封じは任せたからね。冷凍の
この天下で裁く。はっせい。
やっ 飛ぶか。風が立つぞ。 とやっ
絶にめよ
飛ぶか。撃て撃てロックオン。金で解決できるなら簡単だ。だから金はたくさんあった方がいい。そう思わないか？
の力を思い知りなさい。食前に甘いものを。最高の
風が立つぞ。今だ。
さあ働きなさい。シトラリン、イツパパ。冷凍の時間。
飛ぶか。ロックオン。撃て。ああ、キラキラで。美しいな。風が立つぞ。
加速するぞ。
ちょっとなまってきたな。どこかに頂点人の出番はないか？平等に分配しないことは争いにつながるものだが、私はいらないから飛ぶか。風が立つぞ。ロックオン。
通常を焼き尽くすと
手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。えいふっえいふっとよっ。目も舌も満足させてあげる。
風が立つぞ。
灯火は消えない。このように
絶味めよ、契約をや悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
な が清が明けるまで
ロックオン。
悪を滅する。
撃て。撃て。散れ。
燃えよ。
ふっよっ
聞け。太陽の炎を。せい。
最高の一品よ。ドラリンピーチパパこうよ。手加減なしよ。
熱実の私に従い。
飛ぶか。ロックオン。
アクセル全開。
土見のよ契約低温調理。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
この天下で裁く。死ね。
ジェンダム発射。はっ。撃て。撃て。
空上を焼き
口封じは任せたからね。冷凍の時間よ。目も舌も満足。
石煙に葬られよ。死ね。
さあ働きなさい。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
飛ぶか。ロックオン。ロックオン。撃て。消え失せろ。
熱実
土見のよ契約を果たせ。
Oh, so I can't actually. Oh, I see. So that, yeah, so that's what they said. It's no longer an achievement, and because it's no longer an achievement, you can do all things at once. So before, you don't have to beat it 3 times. You don't have to beat it 3 times. You have to beat it the first time, and then you have to beat it with the special condition. Then you have to defeat it with the special condition again. This time, you could actually do it all in one if you did it. That's interesting. I do prefer that. So like if you do come across them and actually want to fight, you can actually just interesting. Oh wow, this. Oh, I see. They just don't exist yet. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. It must be a week then. So I can just do this every week, I guess. Wait, does that mean every week you can get 180 free Primo Gems for doing these? So I have to do the exact same fight again. I can't remember. He kind of died too quickly for me to remember his fight. I mean, that's kind of cool. It is pretty cool. I enjoy that. I guess I'm done then. I guess I've done everything I can do. There are no more story quests. There's no more. So let's include those. I guess, completed all my Nod-Krai exploration. Okay, I didn't mean to target. Actually, navigate. Cool. So yeah, each one of these is maxed. I've gotten all my rewards from each one. Everything is 100%. And I've done all the side quests that I'm at least aware of. So if there's side quests, if there are side quests, I don't know where they are. So I should be good. Yeah. Sorry about that resin. So, all in all, if I had to say, I enjoy the area. I enjoy the music. The quests were interesting and I like them as well. I'd say my biggest complaint, again, as I said multiple times before, is just I don't like their use of Kuhenki And that's not it. I don't like their use of Kuhenki. I think the gimmick is just a little too imprecise, where lots of times you're not like targeting the thing you intend to target, and oh, okay, I can say how many I have. Okay, it could be one of each, I guess. I do like the fact that it says that whether I own it or not. And there we go. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it just definitely felt a little too fast and loose. I didn't like how the targeting felt a little weird. Lots of times where I'm trying to target one thing and I target something that was relatively nearby, or I try to target one thing and it just doesn't target. So like the targeting thing doesn't appear. When you press the button, it's not responsive. Now the button thing might be me because like I have to press L1 and square, but if I hold L1 for too long, it brings up the menu. So I have to be really quick. So like if I press L circle, nothing happens, right? But you can see like my compass. I have to basically press it at the same time. So it could be a problem with just me. I press one button, then the next. And I'm not pressing them simultaneously. So that could be it. Some parts of it might be that. But like there definitely are some times when you have all the time in the world and you're still just like, you're trying to continue to move the angle to try to get it to recognize it. Yeah, so you're just trying to get it to recognize and actually target the thing you're trying to target. So I definitely didn't like that aspect of it. So I'd say that was not done well. I think it's not as snappy as like other targetable things. I think it's because it's one of these things that are in motion. So like the fields, the robots, the objects, lots of these things are in motion, or you need to stay in motion while using them. Whereas previous ones were like, nope, like you pretty much just like automatically like you use it against the tethers in Sumeru. It's like, well, the tethers are in a fixed position, and they're the only thing you interact with, so they just always felt much snappier and stuff. So I would say that's kind of a little annoying thing. I would say it could be a little more refined. And the other thing is, I think some of the quest designs were not great, or not like some of the puzzle designs were not great. I think there were some times where they had some quests and puzzles happen too close to other things in the world, which is distracting and confusing. Because like there's one puzzle where I was doing Vino's quest, and it was like, oh yeah, I was going along and I was doing something, and then I unlocked a chest because there happened to be a world event puzzle that you could also get a chest from right next to the place. And so you're just like, oh, okay. So I thought I was done. I'm like, oh, cool, I got the chest done. And no, like that was not it. That was something else. And I failed the thing because I thought I was done. Oh, shit. Sorry. There definitely have been some instances like that where the placement of world event puzzles and quests were too close to each other, which leads to confusion. And it's just, combined with the finickiness of some of the controls of the Kuhenki abilities. It's a little annoying. Also, like, the ability to turn it into a Kuhenki is, like, so fucking useless. Like, there's, like, one or two times you actually need to use it or should be using it. But otherwise, it's just so, like, you don't really use it that much. And it's just, when you're in I know it's good because when you're in the form, you can't really do much at all anyway. But it's just like, I don't know, I feel like it would be a little nice if it was kind of like the Lumina in the Chasm, where it's like, you have this like Lumina gauge, and you can use your, you can like, get bugs or break the Lumina rocks to increase your gauge, and you can use your gauge to like do shit. I think it should be something like that, where like you have Kuhenki energy, and as long as your energy is full, you can turn into a Kuhenki, at any point, and the duration is much longer than it says. Like the duration is longer than it currently is, and then getting closer to Kuenki like herbs would allow you to like refill your gauge so that you could continue on. So it's not like, oh, after 8 seconds you pop out no matter what. It's like, no, if you were able to get to another one of those like Kuenki sources, you could just like refill and keep on going. So I think they should have done something like that. I think it just didn't feel great to be in Kuenki form, and it was just, yeah, kind of annoying. But otherwise, I liked it. It was fun.